You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Living in an era of baseball where the impossible is unfolding right before our eyes.
Salvador Perez, the 2-2. Send the ball in foul territory. A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants for the third time in the last 5 years. And their hero, Madison Bumgarner. The 1-2 again. Inside Tucker. The Royals, 2015 World Champion. This is going to be a tough play. The Cubs. Series. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
But the game right now is at the plate.
Fly ball in the right field. She is gone. In a year that has been so impossible, the impossible has happened.
Armchair. It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use
Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Buda Raiders!
Omaha!
Time out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What is Jay-Z?
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with your best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball punch goes, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janis does not stop it. Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expected here, CBS Sports Radio.
I think my jersey was one of the top selling jerseys around the world. It was like Kobe, LeBron, and then I was right behind them, and I didn't make a dollar from it, but nor did I want to, because I knew going into college what it was all about. I knew going to my dream school where I wanted to go, the passion for it. And if I could support my team, support my college, support my university, that's what it's all about. But now we're changing it from us, from my university, from being an alumni where I care, which makes college football and college sports special, to then, okay, it's not about us, it's not about we, it's just about me. And yes, I know we live in a selfish culture where it's all about us, but we're just adding and piling it onto that, where it changes what's special about college football. We turn it into the NFL, where who has the most money, that's where you go. That's why people are more passionate about college sports than they are about NFL. That's why the stadiums are bigger in college than they are in the NFL, because it's about your team, it's about your university, it's about where my family wanted to go. And you're taking that away so that young kids can earn $1. And that's just not where I feel like college football needs to go.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/our stories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you are ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the K, you best not miss.
I might audible. How audible? I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Do the Raiders! Omaha! How about?
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z?
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball punch goes, touchdown!
Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janis does he stop it? Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, and Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern, and cold they saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose were stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that
Good evening, boys and girls. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we are live coming from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as the Atlanta Braves are set to take on the Philadelphia Phillies in Citizens Bank Ballpark. Jake Odorizzi versus Aaron Nola tonight as the Braves and Phillies wind down their last series of the season. The series has big implications on playoffs. The Atlanta Braves are a game and a half out, one game in the loss column behind the New York Mets entering tonight's play. Braves will have a 3-game series next weekend against the Mets in Atlanta. The Braves have to play good baseball between now and then for that to matter. And the Philadelphia Phillies, they are fighting for their playoff lives. They are just a couple of games in front of the Milwaukee Brewers in the loss column, 2.5 in front of the Brewers, with just a little less than 2 weeks to play. And the Phillies are winding down their home trip. And when they finish this home stand, they are going on the road for the rest of the season. So with that being said, this is a big series for Philly as it is for Atlanta. Looking up Aaron Nola and his statistics against the Atlanta Braves, Aaron Nola is 14-10 lifetime against the Braves with a 3.5 ERA. But more recently, since the middle of 2019, Aaron Nola is 10-3 against the Braves and has only given up more than 3 earned runs twice in that time span. And tonight, the starting lineup looks like this as Ronald Acuna Jr. is taking a night off once again. It'll be Swanson, Harris, Riley, d'Arnaud, Olson, William Contreras, Eddie Rosario, Grissom, and Grossman going 1-9 in the Braves batting order. We'll break it more down as we get into it, as we're getting ready for first pitch. The Braves are in their road uniforms, their alternate, with the gray pants and the blue tops, with Atlanta in red and a tomahawk underneath outlined in white, numerals in red outlined in white, and lettering on the backs in white. The Philadelphia Phillies are wearing their traditional home garb with the white tops, white pants, pinstripes, and red Phillies across the chest, red ball caps with the white P. It's a cool night here in Philadelphia, but they are expecting clear skies, First pitch is expecting to be about 59 degrees and get down somewhere in the mid-50s by the end of the ball game. Atlanta, just a game and a half behind the New York Mets. They have a commanding 10-game lead in front of San Diego, who is number 2 in the wild card race. And the Philadelphia Phillies are 10.5 behind Atlanta. The wind is whipping once again, and Atlanta has not fared well with strong winds. Strong winds have equaled losses, equal to inability to score runs. Hopefully that changes today. It's time to play ball. It's baseball time in Braves country. First pitch from Aaron Nola is a fastball right on the edge for a strike, taken all the way by Dansby Swanson. It's 0-1. Swanson ending play, 278. Batting average, 21 home runs. The 0-1 pitch from Nola is fastball called for a strikeout or edge. It's 0-2. Andy Fletcher, your home plate umpire, with the wide strike call to start the game off here. First base umpire is Gabe Morales. Second base, Chris Segal, and Edwin Moscaso is your third base ump. The 0-2 pitch from Nola, as he rocks and deals, is a fastball high. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Michael Harris. As I mentioned, Ronald Acuna Jr. not in the lineup again tonight. He took last night off as well, nursing that knee injury We hope to see him back this weekend. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3, and Nola carves up Swanson to start the game. Chilly night once again here in Philadelphia. You see all the players blowing on their hands. The patrons in the park, they all have hoodies, sweatshirts, some of them even heavier coats. Looks like it's about half full at this point, but I'm sure they're trickling in 7:05 local time in Philadelphia on a Friday evening. We'll keep you abreast of all the games going on. The Mets are out west, so they do not start until 9:40 tonight. First pitch to Michael Harris is a fastball, misses wide. It's 1-0. Braves nothing. Phillies nothing. We're just getting going here in the top of the first inning. The 1-0 pitch to Harris misses off the plate, but called for a wide strike by Fletcher. He's known to have a really liberal strike zone east to west. He's known to be one of the poorer umpires as far as calling accurate balls and strikes in Major League Baseball. Looked him up today before the game started, and the 1-1 pitch is foul tipped. It's 1-2. Andy Fletcher rates near the bottom of Major League Baseball umpires in accuracy of balls and strikes. So you got to expect that we're going to get a low scoring output against a very good pitcher and an inconsistent umpire. The 1-2 pitch. Did he go around? He did. Strike 3, and Nola strikes out the first 2 he sees to start the inning and start the game. Looked like the knuckle curve that went diving into the dirt, and Michael Harris couldn't lay off of it. That'll bring the number 3 hitter to the plate, Austin Riley. Austin Riley batting .280, 37 home runs, 92 RBI. Righty-righty matchup. And the first pitch from Nola, Z kicks and deals, is swung on and fouled down the third base line. Hit hard, but plenty foul. It's 0-1. Jake Odorizzi is on the mound for Atlanta tonight. He's pitched a couple of decent outings, but you can't expect him to go very deep in the game. He's usually the second time through is about where they start to pick up on him at the end. The 0-1 pitch misses outside. It's 1-1. So he has started off him so far, knuckle curve and cutter. We'll see what Aaron Nola goes with on the 1-1 pitch. And sinker, outer edge, called for a strike. It's 1-2. Austin Riley has hit Nola well in his career, a .400 average with 3 home runs, 5 doubles. The 1-2 pitch from Nola on the way, and fastball misses high. It's 2-2. Atlanta and the Mets both play 3 games this weekend, and then the Braves will gain yet another game on the Mets on Monday. 2-2 pitch down below the knees and off the plate. It's 3-2. On Monday, the Braves will start a 3-game series in Washington against the Nationals. The Mets have the day off and have a 2-game series at home against the Miami Marlins. Aaron Nola looks in, and on the 3-2 pitch, he'll kick and deal, and the changeup misses in the dirt. Ball 4, and the Braves have a runner on here in the top of the first. A 6-pitch walk by Aaron Nola will bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. Travis d'Arnaud hitting cleanup tonight. Another righty-righty matchup here. d'Arnaud batting .269, 18 home runs, 57 RBI. He's got an .807 OPS. And here's the first pitch to the hind catcher, and it's called strike on the outer edge. Look like the cutter. It's 0-1. Got some college football going on tonight. Syracuse leads Virginia 7-0. We'll keep you updated on that. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. We're just getting going here in the top of the first on Braves Country Baseball, Friday night edition. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike two. Staying outside on both of those pitches, and it's 0-2. So Nola working the outer edge to start the at-bats with all of these first four batters. Something they might want to put into their memory bank. So the next one's come up. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and hit hard into left field. That'll get down for a single, and you got runners on first and second with two away. A 2-out single by Travis d'Arnaud. Good piece of hitting by d'Arnaud. That'll bring up Matt Olson, who is in what he says is the worst slump in his career. We'll see how he can possibly snap out of it. Of course, the cold weather and the wind probably isn't going to help the big lefty. You wonder why Atlanta hasn't either A, benched him, or B, really dropped him in the lineup. He's batting number 5 tonight. Righty-lefty matchup, 2 on, 2 out. The first pitch is inside, and that ball is correctly called for a ball. It's 1-0. 95-mile-an-hour sinker. Of course, Matt Olson, not last night not counting, has absolutely hit bombs here in this park. The 1-0 pitch in below the knees for a called ball. It's 2-0. So he's gone inside and down below the knees to start the first two pitches, both of them with the hard stuff. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-0 pitch to Matt Olson. Here's the delivery, and it's a called strike, knuckle curve on the outer edge. Good take by Olson. Probably couldn't have done a whole lot with that. It's 2-1. Phillies are in a shift. You got Segura and Hoskins deep on the right side of the infield. The shortstop's slot is just over second base. Big gap in the middle. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, fastball right down the pipe, blew it right by him, and it's 2-2. So now deuces are wild here in the top of the first already. You got runners on first and second. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 pitch to Matt Olson, who needs to come out of his slump in a big way. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, blew it right by him. And Aaron Nola puts 2 on, but he strikes out the side. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Jake Odorizzi goes to work. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
Challenge accepted. This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use. Red Polly, blue poncho. Do it, Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. We are heading to the bottom of the first inning. Braves, if you're just joining us, the Braves put 2 on but failed to score. And Matt Olson's struggles continue. Jake Odorizzi is set to face Kyle Schwarber, Rhys Hoskins, Bryce Harper to start off the first inning. Rest of the lineup looks like this. Real Muto batting fourth behind the plate. Bohm at third, batting fifth. Marsh in center field and batting sixth. Segura at second, batting seventh. Stott is your shortstop, batting eighth. And Vierling is the number 9 hitter in right. First pitch to Kyle Schwarber is a backup sinker on the corner on the inside. It's called for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Bottom of the first, the 0-1 pitch. 91-mile-an-hour fastball misses high and wide. It's 1-1. Jake Odorizzi lifts the glove, and here comes the windup. Fastball right there for a strike. It's 1-2. Kyle Schwarber, the leadoff hitter for the Philadelphia Phillies, actually leads the National League in home runs this year. He's got 40 dingers, 3 ahead of Austin Riley. The 1-2 pitch swung on and popped up, but out of play. It's 1-2. Strong wind in Philadelphia blowing from left to right. You can get it up there in that wind out there into right field. You could really get it to sail, but it's getting it up into that groove is going to be the difficulty. The 1-2 pitch, fastball misses high, just above the hands. It's 2-2. Atlanta Braves will play the Phillies tomorrow at 4:00 Eastern, and the series will end at 1:05 on Sunday. The 2-2 pitch, got him, strike 3. He did a half-hearted swing. Didn't matter. That pitch was in the strike zone, and there's one away. Kyle Schwarber, known to bark back at the umpires, had a couple of questions. He was walking away. I think he was questioning whether or not he's being called out on strikes as a swing or being called out on location. Either way, if I'm the umpire, I would say yes and just turn away because his bat went around and the ball was in the zone. So a good start for Jake Odorizzi brings Rhys Hopkins to the plate. Rhys Hoskins batting .246 on the year. Righty-righty matchup. Takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Hoskins originally came up in the Phillies organization as an outfielder. They tried him in left and eventually set him at first base about a season ago. He's got 28 home runs, 72 RBI. It's always been a good batter. Struggled a bit in left field, so they decided to put him. And you know that you are struggling defensively in left field when Kyle Schwarber is the preferred fielder. The 1-0 pitch misses outside. No, he's going to call it a strike. It's 1-1. Once again, Andy Fletcher is known to have a very liberal strike zone, east to west, not so much north and south on the ones that he misses. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. Jake Odorizzi, the veteran, I'm sure he has gone over that with the Braves brass before the game, and you would tend to think that Atlanta would be going in with a game plan of pitching just off the plate and see if you can get those calls. The 1-2 pitch from Odorizzi swung on and Hoskin pokes it into right field. It was a fastball on the outer edge of the plate, and he reached out there looking for it all the way, and it's a 1-out single to get the Phillies going here in the first. Good piece of hitting by Hoskins. Didn't try to do too much. The ball was on the outer edge. It was a fastball high in the zone, and he just kind of poked his bat out there and got it over and in front of the right fielder, Robbie Grossman. Grossman playing right field tonight. Normally left fielder for Atlanta, but recently with the injuries with Acuna, he is out of the lineup again tonight. He is filled in very well in right field. So that'll bring up our old nemesis, Bryce Harper, to the plate. Bryce Harper batting .290 from the left side. Digs in, and the first pitch is a fastball off the plate. It's 1-0. Bryce Harper battled injuries all year. He's batting .290 with 17 home runs and an .896 OPS and just 328 at bats. Travis d'Arnaud leans out there on the left and sets his glove up. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's off the plate wide. It's 2-0. So Jake Odorizzi has worked himself behind one of the more dangerous power hitters in the game. A 2-0 count. Runner on first, nobody out. JT Realmuto stands on deck. The 2-0 delivery from Odorizzi. Here's the pitch right there at the knees, intercut, and it's 2-1. Harper didn't like the call, but that, according to StatTrack, it did look like that it hit the zone. So you got a 2-1 count. Harper, a hard player to double up, but Odorizzi would love to get a grounder. Braves are playing Harper to pull in the infield. The 2-1 pitch from Odorizzi. He flips and fires it over to first to keep Hoskins close by. And we'll do it again at 2-1. Rhys Hoskins, of course, the former outfielder, does have some wheels. Only has 2 stolen bases on the year, but he tends to pick his spots. I think they're also just trying to keep him a little closer for a possible double play. The 2-1 pitch from Odorizzi. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Fastball right up there in his kitchen. Couldn't catch up, and it's 2-2. Odorizzi might have went to the cutter on that. It did look like it had a little action tailing inside. Odorizzi will throw a fastball, cutter, splitter, slider, curveball every once in a while. The slider and curveball normally when he gets well ahead in the count. The 2-2 pitch from Odorizzi. d'Arnaud sets up inside. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He got him with the cutter. And there's 2 away. They were looking for a backdoor cutter, but it kind of drifted over the plate. It was out of the zone, about letter high, and just too enticing for Bryce Harper to lay off. So a big out number 2 will bring up JT Realmuto and his 21 home runs and 836 OPS and 81 RBI. Original Florida Marlin, one of the best hitting catchers in the game. The first pitch on the way from Odorizzi is swung on and hit high and deep into right field. Drifting over towards the right field seats is Grossman, but it'll fade into the second row, and it's a loud souvenir for 0-1. JT Realmuto started with the Miami Marlins, originally from Del City, Oklahoma. Was drafted by the Marlins in 2010. JT stands for Jacob Tyler. The 0-1 pitch from Odorizzi. He kicks and deals, and that ball is swung on and hit high and deep into right field on the track. leaping at the wall and making the snag is Grossman. What a great defensive play by Robbie Grossman. That'll head us to the second inning. The Braves seem to have a little giddy up in their step tonight. It's 0-0. We head to 2.
Hey, is that T-Bone?
No, there's no T-Bone.
Why no T-Bone?
Why no T-Bone?
Because Neil Watkins from accounting is T-Bone.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again. Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
They show you the ads for the gym. You know, they always show you, try to get you to join up. They show you the before and after guy. I always like the before guy, frankly. Yeah, he looks a little chubby. He also looks like he has a box of donuts and a lot of friends. That after guy's got a weird look in his eye. Looks like he takes his shirt off when he shouldn't.
The past 2 weeks, you've been reading about a bad brag. Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. When you look around, wouldn't you consider it privilege to associate yourself with such a fine-looking man as is standing in uniform in this ballpark today? That I might have been given a bad break, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, we're knotted up at 0 apiece as we head to the top of the second inning in chilly Philadelphia. Winds whipping around in Philadelphia. Just saw on the update, 58 degrees right now, and the wind chill has it down into the 40s. William Contreras will come to the plate. William Contreras, our designated hitter tonight, batting .276 with 19 home runs. First pitch to William is a fastball. They're going to say that missed high. It's 1-0. That is a pitch that Philadelphia Philly fans definitely would have wanted there. Contreras digs in on the 1-0 pitch. Here's the pitch, and it misses high, ball 2-0. Contreras, very rare that you get 3 catchers with such high OPSs in one game. Of course, JT Realmuto of the Phillies, Contreras, and Travis d'Arnaud. The 2-0 pitch right there at the knees, called for a strike. Good take by William, and it's 2-1. William Contreras, 24 years old, from Venezuela. His older brother is the all-star catcher for the Chicago Cubs, will be a free agent this year. The 2-1 pitch misses outside, ball 3. It's 3-1. William, you kind of have to expect by next year we'll have a pure split, if not take on the bulk of the responsibilities behind the plate and give Travis d'Arnaud more time off. The 3-1 pitch taken for a strike right there, just above the belt. It's 3-2. So a full count to William, 19 home runs in just 301 at bats, 42 RBI. A full count. He's going to ask for time, steps out, and home plate umpire Andy Fletcher gives it to him. We'll reset here at 3-2. Milwaukee and the Cincinnati Reds, they are tied at 2 apiece. The 3-2 pitch swung on and roasted over into right field, but right at the right fielder Vierling, Hard hit ball. And it's one away. That Milwaukee score is important because Philadelphia leads Milwaukee by just 2.5 games in the final wild card slot. So they are scoreboard watching as much as we are with the Mets. Mets begin at 9:40 tonight. So that will bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Left-handed left fielder takes the first pitch outside for a ball. Curveball misses. It's 1-0. Should be noted the Braves did run up Nola's pitch count quite a bit in that first inning. So he is about to fire his 30th pitch of the evening. The 1-0 pitch swung on and hit hard. A nice backhanded stab by the first baseman. And he makes the play. Flips it to Nola, who's covering first. It was a hard hit one hopper. And there's 2 away. Good defensive play by Hoskins, not really known for his glove. Fell to his knees as the ball bounced high. That was one of those just close your eyes and hope for the best, and he came down with the ball. Aaron Nola, nice job of covering first. And there's quickly 2 away. So that'll bring Vaughn Grissom. The young rookie takes the first pitch for a strike. It's 0-1. Grissom's batting average has dipped below 300 for the first time in a long time when he first came up with the Braves. He's in a bit of a slump as well. The 0-1 pitch just off the plate at the knees. It's 1-1. Vaughn Grissom, the number 8 hitter tonight. On deck, you got Robbie Grossman if Vaughn can get on deck. Grissom and Michael Harris, both 21 years old. The 1-1 pitch swung on and banged foul towards the third base dugout. It's 1-2. Grissom filling in once again for Ozzie Albies. If you did miss that this week, Ozzie Albies broken pinky sliding into second base on a double. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit hard into right field, but right at the right fielder Veerling, he'll make the catch and that'll end the inning. So a 1-2-3 inning bounce back for Aaron Nola. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Boom, Martian Segura coming to the dish.
Can I have the keys?
No, you're out of my will. You're will. That's right. We'll see who croaks first.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
LeBron James playing at the level he's playing this year already. I mean, it is unbelievable.
I gotta remember to record this, man.
Yeah, you're not editing nothing. You don't got that talent right now.
Armchair.
The 1912 World Series was a fiercely fought contest on and off the field. Fans followed the action by telegraph and on scoreboards mounted in saloons and city squares all across the country.
When I was 13 years old, I got a job posting scores in an old-fashioned corner saloon at 85th Street and First Avenue. At World Series time, a complete play-by-play came over the ticker, and the management had me stand on a platform and read the tape in a loud voice. This was 1912, remember? Giants and the Red Sox. And the saloon was jammed to overflowing with hundreds inside and out, eagerly following each game's progress.
No individual, whether player, manager, owner, critic, or spectator, who went through the 1912 World Series will ever forget it. There never was another like it. From the lofty perch of the bleacher right, it was a series crammed with thrills and gulps, cheers and gasps, dejection and wild exultation, recrimination and adoration, excuse and condemnation. Spalding died.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves 0-0 with Philadelphia as we head to the bottom of the second inning. And Alec Bohm stands at the plate. The big right-hander takes the first pitch outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Bohm, third base prospect that is 12 home runs, 67 RBI, and a 730 OPS this year. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees for a strike, outer edge. It's 1-1. Of course, Braves fans still dislike Bohm because he still hasn't touched home plate from early April in 2021. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's roasted right up the middle. Base hit, leadoff single for Alec Bohm. There's one on, nobody out. The center fielder Marsh coming to the plate. Bohm took the cutter and just drilled it right past Odorizzi in between short and second. Harris quickly getting on it and bringing it back in. That'll bring Brandon Marsh to the plate. Brandon Marsh coming over from Oakland, 239 batting average, 10 home runs, 49 RBI. He digs in from the left-hand side of the plate. Odorizzi ducks on the pond again, and the first pitch misses outside. It's 1-0. Washington and Miami, they are tied up at 1 apiece. Milwaukee, Cincinnati, talked about that a second ago, top of the third, and they are tied. The 1-0 pitch swung on and grounded over to second. Diving for the ball is Grissom, but to no avail. It's going to be another single, and Bohm goes first to third. So the Braves are in hot trouble with Odorizzi on the mound once again. Runners on the corners, nobody out. And Jean Segura is coming to the plate. Braves had Grissom pulled over far over towards the second base bag. Which is very odd considering the fact that the Braves are constantly in a shift, but he was playing that pretty honest. I don't know if he's in the wrong position or they just, because Swanson was playing on a shift. Odorizzi flips it over to first to try to keep the runner close by, diving under the tag easily. We'll do it again. Jean Segura, the second bagger, 32-year-old with 107 career home runs, batting .281 this year, 10 homers, 30 RBI, 13 stolen bases. The first pitch to him is well off the plate. It is 1-0. Originally, this was supposed to be Spencer Strider's start, but he was pushed back. Braves claimed it was an oblique. I think most of us know that they were intentionally moving him back to try to set up for the Mets series. The only problem with that is you got to get to the Mets series with wins. The 1-0 pitch misses off the plate wide, and it is 2-0. Everybody was pushed back a day, so Fried should have pitched Wednesday and Odorizzi or Elder on Thursday and Strider tonight. The 2-0 pitch to Segura is Odorizzi's on the ropes already. Here's the pitch. And did he go? He did not. 3-0. Standing on deck is the left-handed bat of Stott. And he has had some big hits against us this year. So you'd hate to load the bases here with nobody out, especially with the lefty-righty matchup. Stott is on deck. Veerling, the right-handed right fielder, is in the hole, the number 9 hitter. The 3-0 pitch misses high, not even close. It's 4-0. So it is a 4-pitch walk, an easy walk that sends Segura down to first base. And Odorizzi's having his issues again. That'll bring Stott to the plate. And it does not appear that they're going to come out and talk to Odorizzi, which you'd think they would be a perfect time to do it with the bases loaded and nobody out. They're going to let him go. Braves are playing pretty honest in the infield, a slight shift in double play depth, willing to give up the run. First pitch to Stott is right there for a strike, right down the middle. He was taken all the way. It's 0-1. Tomorrow, it will be Kyle Wright versus Bailey Falter. And then Sunday, Braves and Phillies, as the 0-1 pitch is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. Sunday, it will be Charlie Morton versus Kyle Gibson. So we will not see Spencer Strider in this series. They said it was more precautionary. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. Do it again at 0-2. Strong possibility he pitches. They have not announced a starter, but there's a strong possibility that he pitches Monday night against Washington, and that would set him up to pitch Monday and then Sunday against the Mets. Then, of course, if that game doesn't mean anything, they could push him back altogether and just give him some rest heading towards the postseason. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into right field, going back on the track. Grossman will make the catch. Runners on second and third will tag and move up 90 feet. It's 1-0 Philly. The Phillies have runners on the corners now, 1 away. Up in the count, he just kind of laid that cutter in there. Very fortunate that ball didn't travel further than it did. So Philly 1, Atlanta 0, giving Aaron Nola an early lead, but Atlanta was trying to avoid. That'll bring Matt Veerling to the plate. Veerling, righty-righty matchup. Odorizzi would love to try to induce a double play here, but Veerling, who plays center and right, does have really good wheels. The first pitch on the way misses well off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Alec Bohm scoring on that play. If you're scoring at home, it's F9 sacrifice. Odorizzi up to 31 pitches now. The 1-0 delivery. Runners on the corners, 1 away. Here's the pitch swing and a foul down the line. It's 1-1. Top of the order and trouble in the name of Kyle Schwarber stands on deck. Braves trail just 1-0 here, bottom of the second inning, trying to stop the bleeding and get out of this. Odorizzi flips it back over to first to keep Segura close. We'll do it again. It's 1-1. If you're just joining us, Ronald Acuna Jr. not in the lineup again. So designated hitter is Contreras. Your outfield, Grossman, Harris, and Rosario playing left. The 1-1 pitch is hit hard on the ground, but foul past third base. It's 1-2. Atlanta's infield. No changes tonight. Riley, Swanson, Grissom, and Olson with Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate. Jake Odorizzi on the mound trying to find a way to get out of this second inning jam. The 1-2 pitch with 2 on, 1 out. Here's the delivery, and just off the edge, misses wide. It's 2-2. Odorizzi hoping to get that wide strike call, did not get it this time. That's a pitch that home plate umpire Andy Fletcher has called a strike already in this game. So 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 pitch, bottom of the second inning. d'Arnaud sets up outside again, and that pitch misses well wide of the plate. It's 3-2. The big left-handed stick of Kyle Schwarber on deck. In the hole is Rhys Hoskins. And if they keep it going, you're 3 batters away from Bryce Harper. The division in the balance, the Braves 1 game in the loss column behind the Mets coming into tonight. Here's the 3-2 swung on, and that ball's going to be sawed off and dropped down for a single, and a run will score. It's 2-0. And once again, you got runners on the corners as runner from first makes it to third base with ease. And Odorizzi getting shelled here in the second inning. There's a pop-up. Grossman was playing pretty far back in the outfield, had no chance of getting to the ball. It'll look like a line drive in the box score tomorrow morning. Kranitz still has not come out to talk to Odorizzi, so d'Arnaud and Swanson took it upon them to go to the mound to try to give him a breather. Kyle Schwarber comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout, but now he's in prime condition here he's got runners on the corners, 1 away. Schwarber leads the National League in home runs, and a fly ball would definitely get a third run in. First pitch on the way. It's popped up back behind the plate and out of play. It's 0-1. Odorizzi could use another big strikeout here. Braves in a huge shift on the right side of the infield. Swanson, Grissom, and Olson all well right of the second base bag. Riley's over by his lonesome, just off a third, keeping the runner close. So anything on the left side of the infield as the 0-1 pitch misses inside for a ball, it's 1-1. Anything on the left side of the infield, very good chance it's going to get through to score a run. A comebacker to Riley or Odorizzi would be the only 2 things that would stop that. The 2-0 pitch from Philly to Schwarber. On the way, swung on and popped up. Got him to chase it high, but that ball goes out of play. Good pitch by Odorizzi. Good idea to try to get a pop-up in the infield, but the ball bends out of play. With that wind whipping over towards the first base dugout, wasn't much of a chance of it staying in. Odorizzi will be trying to get him to chase here on a 1-2 count. Braves trail 2-0. Still just getting going here in the bottom of the second inning. d'Arnaud sits up on the outside, swing and a miss, strike three, a big strikeout by Jake. And there's 2 away. Looked like the splitter, and he went diving for it in the dirt with 2 strikes. Schwarber rung up on strikes for the second time tonight. That'll bring Rhys Hoskins, who's 1 for 1 to the plate. He singled in the first inning. First pitch to Hoskins is way above his head. d'Arnaud had to leap to his feet to keep that from going to the backstop. It's 1-0. That was very close to being a run. The 1-0 pitch on the way, swung on and banged foul in the dirt. It's 1-1. Syracuse leads Virginia 13-0 in college football. That game is in the second quarter. So you got runners on the corners, 2 away, a 1-1 count to Hoskins. Here's the pitch from Odorizzi, swung on and rifled hard towards left field, but it'll fall foul, and it's 1-2. Two nothing Philadelphia, bottom of the second inning, a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch from Jake as Travis sets up outside, swung on and hit hard down the left field line. It's going to make it to the wall. That'll be 1 run. Oh, Rosario gets the ball in. That'll be a second run. It's 4-0 Philadelphia with a double from Rhys Hoskins and Jake Odorizzi getting hammered here in the bottom of the second. Say it's safe to say this will probably be Odorizzi's last start of the season. He threw just a lollipop in there. Hoskins hammered it down the left field line. Kranitz will finally come out to talk to him, but it's about 2 batters too late. He pulled that down the line, and Rosario was not playing him to pull. They were playing him straight away in the outfield. So as Kranitz goes there to try to talk to Odorizzi, the key now tonight's going to be Atlanta's bats have got to come alive. We haven't scored much here in the last couple of games. All the pressure now turns to the Atlanta offense. It's time for them to wake up. So you got a runner on second and 2 away. It's 4-0. Bryce Harper comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1. The 0-1, the first pitch to Harper is misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Looking ahead to the top of the third inning, Atlanta will have the number 9 hitter Grossman, and then the top of the order up. The 1-0 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-0. Odorizzi, it came over in the trade from Houston, has not pounded out at all for Atlanta. The 2-0 pitch misses inside, ball 3-0. Standing on deck is Real Muto. And they're going to go ahead and walk him, send him down to first base on an intentional fourth pitch. So runners on first and second, 2 away, and Real Muto, who flew out, hit a hard one to right field his first time up. The 9th batter to reach the plate tonight, this inning, excuse me. Odorizzi wearing 4 runs already. First pitch misses outside for a ball. It is 1-0. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Mets and A's, they play at 9:40 tonight. The 1-0 pitch swung on and popped up, and that will thankfully get us out of the inning as Dansby Swanson fights the wind but makes the catch, and a long second inning is finally over. But not before the Phillies put 4 on the board, but the Braves have Grossman and the top of the order coming to the plate.
All the crazy baseball stats that we see like on a daily basis, this one right here has to take the cake. It's definitely one of those like, do we live in a simulation? Because history has just oddly repeated itself. Look at this. Through 403 career games, Vlad Guerrero Sr. had 87 home runs and an on-base percentage of 363. Okay, now Vlad Guerrero Jr. through the same 403 career games, 87 home runs, and an on-base percentage of 363. What the heck? The games, the home runs, that's one thing, but the on-base percentage, like down to the 3rd decimal point, that is mind-blowing.
Armchair.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Hank Aaron wore number 44 in 20 of his 21 seasons with the Braves. In the first season after his death, the Braves won 44 games before the All-Star break, 44 games after the All-Star break, and then won the World Series in the 44th week of the year.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Why is baseball, you ask? Because it is like charity. It never faileth. It is always there except on wet grounds. And to the man who is too old to keep up with the attempt to civilize football, and too young to need so soothing a sedative as golf, who works hard when he works, who wants to rest hard when he rests, who wants a drama that is as full of surprises for the actors as it is for the audience, who wants a race that cannot be fixed like a horse race, who is so genuine and American that he wants something to kick about without meaning it, and something to yell about that everyone around him will think more of him for yelling about. To that man, baseball is the one great lifesaver in the good old summertime.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-0 as we head to the top of the 3rd inning. Robbie Grossman's coming to the plate. Grossman batting 210, on the year with 7 home runs. Grossman will be on the left side of the plate facing the right-handed Nola, switch hitting Grossman. First pitch on the way to Robbie is a fastball taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves need to chip away at this 4-0 lead. The Philadelphia bullpen can be gotten to, but Nola is the tough customer they need to try to knock out. The 0-1 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-1. Still a lot of baseball to play here, just here in the top of the third. This Braves team can score in bunches. The 1-1 delivery inside almost gets Grossman. It's 2-1. Though Philadelphia scored 4 runs, you also have to look at it from the other end of it. Aaron Nola had to sit in that dugout for over 30 minutes on a cold night. The 2-1 pitch to Grossman. It's inside and off the plate. It's 3-1. Step one would be getting your leadoff hitter to try to answer back, chip away at this lead. You don't have to get it all back at once. The Phillies are in a full shift to the left side. Anything towards third base is at least one bag. The 3-1 pitch taken outside for a wide strike. It's 3-2. 4-seam fastball just nipped the edge of the zone. So now you got a full count to Grossman, who's trying to work his way on. Here's the 3-2 pitch and swung on and fouled back. It's 3-2. Three-two pitch on the way from Nola. He kicks and deals and high and out of the zone. Ball 4. And it's a leadoff walk for Robbie Grossman. Grossman will head down to first base. That'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. Dansby Swanson. First pitch on the way to Dansby is a fastball called strike. Gets away from Real Muto, but Grossman does not offer towards second. Down by 4 runs. The last thing you want to do is get baited into a throw out. So he'll stay at first. Dansby Swanson. Righty-righty matchup, 21 home runs, 88 RBI. As Nola flips it over to first to keep Grossman close by. Swanson. A 770 OPS. Here's the pitch on the way to Swanson as Nola looks back and swung on, popped up. It's an easy can of corn over towards second base, caught by Segura, and there's one away. So that'll bring Michael Harris, the second, to the plate. Harris is 0 for 1. Lefty righty matchup for Harris. Here's the pitch to Michael on the way and taking first strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch from Nola to Harris, and Nola takes his time. He flips it over to first to keep Grossman close by. We'll do it again. Philly 4, Atlanta nothing. Top of the third inning, 1 on, 1 out. The 0-1 pitch to Harris swung on and fouled off the plate. It's 0-2. So you got 1 on, 1 out, an 0-2 count to Harris. Real Muto sets up wide. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Harris down on strikes again. And there's 2 away. Braves can't hit water falling out of a boat right now. So Austin Riley comes to the plate, and Riley walked his first time up. Maybe he can get something going. Lifetime 400 hitter against Aaron Nola. Could use one of those home runs that he's put on him over his career. The first pitch to Riley misses well off the plate wide. It's 1-0. If Riley can keep it going, Travis d'Arnaud stands on deck. Aaron Nola looks into Real Muto. The 1-0 delivery on the way to Riley, swung on, and a weak ground ball over to second base. Play being made by Segura, but he had a hard time getting the ball out of his glove. Spins and fires, and Riley's going to beat it in for an infield single. Good hustle by Austin Riley. Think he would have had a hard time getting him out anyways. He had a long way to go. It was a slow trickling ground ball, but he had a long way to go to get to the ball. And then the ball kind of halfway popped out of his glove. He recovered nicely and got the ball over to first, but Riley had it beat by about a step at that point, maybe step and a half. I don't know if he would have gotten it just because he had to go so far to get the ball. So a big spot here for Travis d'Arnaud, who's come up big for us recently. The first pitch to Travis is taken off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Ball's not carrying much tonight, but one swing of the bat could make this game much different. d'Arnaud is 1 for 1 with a single in the first inning. The 1-0 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. Runners on first and second base. Grossman stands at second, Riley at first. There's 2 away, so they'll be leaving on the crack of the bat. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss way off the plate. Went diving for a slider well out of the zone. It's 1-2. You got a 1-2 pitch to d'Arnaud. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Cannot touch that cutter. That'll end the inning. So the Braves put a couple on, but failed to do anything with it. We'll head to the bottom of the third. It's 4-0 in Philly.
The longer you wait on the ball, the better you see it, right? The better you see it, the harder you hit it. The harder you hit it, the higher your average is. The higher your average is, the more money you make. And the more money you make, the more you're going to get laid.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1. Who do you think had the most hits in the 1990s? Some names that may come to mind are Tony Gwynn, Ken Griffey Jr., or even Barry Bonds. The answer is actually Cubs first baseman Mark Grace with 1,754 hits in the 90s.
In 1919, no team played better than the Chicago White Sox, pennant winners in the American League, and few teams were paid as poorly or got along as badly. Players deliberately crossed each other on the field. During infield practice, no one threw the ball to second baseman Eddie Collins, Chicago's highest paid player, all season long. Teammate Chick Gandil had not spoken to Collins since 1915. I thought you couldn't win without teamwork, Collins said later, until I joined the White Sox. Yet somehow we won 100 games and the pennant that year. The White Sox were heavy favorites to beat the better paid but far weaker Cincinnati Reds in the World Series. The Chicago owner was the old Roman, Charles A. Comiskey, himself a former player, but now among the game's most parsimonious executives.
They were abused horribly by Charles Comiskey, who was a man of a small mind, a tight fist, and nasty temperament. The climate was too good for it not to happen.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. We head to the bottom of the third inning, and Odorizzi is going to go back out there. Looks like he's going to be asked to do some yeoman's work, and if nothing else, save that bullpen for another day. Odorizzi set to face Bohm, Marsh, and Segura. The first pitch on the way to Bohm is well off the plate wide, back where we were last inning. It's 1-0. Alec Bohm, 1-for-1 on the night. The 1-0 pitch swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? It will not. It is 1-1. Jake Odorizzi at 51 pitches so far. Both Bohm and Odorizzi taking their time getting back in the box and getting on the rubber. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Odorizzi, swing and a miss, strike two. If Atlanta loses this game, they'll be scoreboard watching tonight, in danger of falling 2 games in the loss column behind the New York Mets. Mets are out west to play the Oakland A's. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be dumped into right field for a single. And it's a leadoff single, and Odorizzi's back behind the 8 ball again here in the bottom of the third. Philly 4, Atlanta nothing, bottom of the third inning. Brandon Marsh comes to the plate. He's 1-for-1. The first pitch to Marsh is swung on and popped up, fouled out of play. It's 0-1. Atlanta, in the middle of a road trip, will play 2 more this weekend in Philadelphia, 3 in Washington. We'll have Tuesday night's game that is set for 7:05 first pitch. Miami will be in New York, and we'll be back here Friday night for Braves Mets game 1. If the game is important, meaning if the Braves still have a real shot at the division, we will be here Sunday night for game 3 of the Mets series a week from Sunday. The 0-2 pitch, fastball misses high. It's 1-2. Odorizzi looks in. Darno sets up outside, swing and a miss, strike 3. And that's the first out here in the 3rd inning. Yelton 21. I see your comment. Yeah, I mean, once you leave him in long enough to give up the 4 runs, you're gonna kind of have to ride with him. You hope that he can give you a few more innings, and if we can get it close, then you worry about the bullpen. But at this point, you can't dump out your entire bullpen in a game where the Braves aren't hitting. Cold weather, wind blowing in, you're down 4-0. This was the game that I had circled going into the series that I thought was going to be our biggest underdog game, when you had Odorizzi going against Nola as opposed to Strider versus Nola. First pitch on the way to Segura is in the dirt and misses. It's 1-0. The next 2 days, you've got 2 of your better horses going against 2 pitchers for Philadelphia that Atlanta should be able to handle. And there'll be day games, so a little warmer weather. Hopefully the ball will be moving. The 1-0 pitch to Segura on the way, swung on and missed. Strike 1. It's 1-1. What you're looking at more and more, if you continue to dig a hole and the Mets win a few games, you're looking at a possibility of having to sweep the Mets in Atlanta next week. Because remember, unless the Mets lose all 3 games to Atlanta, New York will have the tiebreaker if there is a tie in the division. So with that being said, you're not really 2 games behind, 1 game behind in the loss column right now. You're really 2, unless you can sweep. Now, if you can sweep, it's a big difference, but they will have is the 1-1 pitch swung on and popped up, and it's a soft pop up to the pitcher. Odorizzi makes the catch, and there's 2 away. They are setting it up where Atlanta most likely will face Bassett, DeGrom, and Scherzer, most likely in that order. It could be Bassett, Scherzer, DeGrom. It depends on how they like to spread out the days off. Now, what that could set up is one heck of a pitching matchup next Sunday night in Atlanta for all the marbles. If the Braves are still within striking distance of a possible Strider versus either, as the first pitch on the way to Stott is missed outside for a ball, it's 1-0. Spencer Strider versus Scherzer or DeGrom. And if you've got the division in the balance there, that would be one heck of a showdown. That's a long way away. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Stott hits first strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Here's the delivery, swung on and sawed off, foul down the line. It's 1-2. You got a 1-2 count to Stott, 2 outs. Bottom of the third inning, runner on first. The number 8 hitter for Philadelphia. Travis d'Arnaud sets up outside and misses wide for a ball. It is 2-2. Matt Vierling stands on deck. Milwaukee leads Cincinnati 3-2. That game is in the 5th. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3, and Odorizzi gets through the inning. So we'll head to the top of the 4th. Atlanta trails 4-0.
Will you share this toothbrush holder with me?
I would love to.
Did we really need to be here for this?
Call me crazy, but I found it moving.
Does Dale Murphy belong in the Hall of Fame? He led the National League in games, at bats, runs, hits, extra base hits, RBIs, runs created, total bases, and plate appearances in the 1980s. He went to 7 All-Star games and won 5 Gold Gloves in a row. He also won 4 Silver Slugger Awards in his career. He led the National League in home runs twice, RBIs twice, slugging percentage twice, and OPS once. Only Mike Schmidt hit more home runs between 1980 and 1987. Only Ricky Henderson scored more runs. Only Schmidt and George Brett had a better slugging percentage. Only Schmidt, Brett, and Eddie Murray had a better OPS plus. The only other back-to-back MVP winner outside of Cooperstown is Roger Maris.
To boost their gate receipts, the owners decided that the 1919 World Series would be a best-of-9 game contest. The first game was held in Cincinnati. Eddie Cicotte, ordinarily a master of control, hit the first batter in the back. Then he threw wild, bobbled a grounder, ignored his catcher's signal. Swede Risberg ruined an easy double play by failing to step on the bag. Joe Jackson threw wide from the outfield and seemed to slow down to miss balls near him. Cincinnati won 9-1.
This contest between the Reds and the White Sox is something that is concentrating the nation's attention and its faith. It was visible from the very first pitch, the first game, when the signal was put in, and Eddie Cicotte hit the first batter. And that was the signal to the Gamblers that the fix had worked. The only thing that the Gamblers did wrong with that series, from their own perspective, is that they made the mistake of letting the Reds win the first game, because that drove the odds down. And if the White Sox, the Black Sox, had won the first game, Rothstein and his cohort would have made a hell of a lot more money.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 4-0. Get your rally caps out, y'all. We're going to need it early tonight. I normally wait till around the 7th before I would even think about a rally cap, but I think we're going to need it a little early. So I've got mine on. Turn that sucker however you put your rally cap on. Let's go. Matt Olson comes to the plate to face Aaron Nola to lead off the 4th inning. The first pitch to Matt is off the plate wide, but called for a strike by Andy Fletcher. It's 0-1. Matt Olson gives him a grimace, and I don't blame him. Terrible call by Fletcher. The 0-1 pitch off the plate, down below the knees, and this one correctly called for a ball. It's 1-1. 2 pitches almost in the exact same spot. The 1-1 delivery. Here's the pitch, and inside for a ball. It's 2-1. Standing on deck is Contreras. Rosario will follow. 2-1 pitch to Olson. Time to get him out of this slump. Here's the delivery. Fastball right there at the knees. Taken all the way. It's 2-2. My word, Swanson, Riley, and Olson batting 190 this month, they're showing. 613 OPS. I mean, that is amazing. We're even still in the race. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike three, and Olson goes and grabs a seat. There's one away. Something to be said for the best thing that may happen to the Braves is if they get eliminated from the divisional race. Just bench all these kids for a couple of days and let them kind of not just rest, but kind of clear their mind. The first pitch to Contreras misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. You've got the expanded rosters. You can kind of manipulate whatever you want to do. I'd rather hit the ground running in the first round than limp our way in and the guys fall short. Still have to play that first rounder, just wore out. 1-0 pitch misses outside wide. It's 2-0. Contreras is 0 for 1 on the night. The 2-0 pitch swung on and missed. Knuckle curve that dipped below the knees. It's 2-1. Nasty pitch by Nola. Pitch that he's made his bread and butter on. Here's hoping we get better weather tomorrow. The 2-1 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 3-1. Now, the good news is if we do not win the division, we will be at home. No one's catching the Braves in the wild card standings. 10 games up on San Diego, 10.5 up on Philly. The 3-1 inside, ball 4. Contreras will walk down to first base. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. And the reason why I mention that is the Braves not only play well at home, but also you don't have the threat of this northeastern wind of a 3-game series in Philly if we were to play Philly first, which could be the first round matchup. And another advantage to the way they're setting up this series, if we do play the Phillies, is the first pitch on the way to Rosario misses, swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Though they've faced them before and they have video, et cetera, the Phillies will not see Max Fried or Spencer Strider in this series, meaning those two pitchers may have a little bit of a leg up going into the series because those may be our 1-2s. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2, it's 0-2. I tend to think it's going to be most likely Max Fried is our number 1 game 1 starter. And the way they've always done it, I think Charlie Morton's probably going to get the ball in game 2 just because he's got the experience. And if you're down 0-1, you want a veteran going to the hill. The 0-2 pitch swung on and popped up, hit high, but not very deep. Shallow center field. So shallow, the shortstop's going to make the catch, and there's 2 away. Now, I personally would prefer to see Fried and Strider. And then if there is a game 3, go ahead and run Charlie out there. Kyle Wright has been good, but he's also been kind of off and on recently. And if we're in a game 3, a deciding game 3, the last thing you want is for Kyle Wright to go out there and just implode and not give you a chance to win. First pitch on the way to Grissom, swing and a miss at a knuckle curve way out of the zone. It's 0-1. The other thing that could be in our favor, if somehow we get through that first round, Ozzie Albies may be back. And Grissom, who started off hot, has just been in one heck of a slump these last couple of weeks. which is to be expected for a young kid. First time through. These major league pitchers are getting the book on them. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees, called for a strike. Fastball. It's 0-2. It's going to be up to Grissom and Seitzer, our hitting coach, to adjust to that book and try to get him out of this slump. So I don't think he's putting bad swings, but they are tying him up, and it's got to be the approach. The 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and pulled foul. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves are 4:00 tomorrow and 1:00 on Sunday. You folks in Braves country that are big college football fans, you got a lot of good games on at that time. Florida and Tennessee are going to be kicking off at 3:30 Eastern. There'll be a lot of channel surfing going back and forth in Braves country. The 0-2 pitch to Grissom. Inside, knuckle curve misses. It's 1-2. I definitely plan on having two sets set up next to each other to be able to watch both of those games. A lot of good college football on tomorrow. I believe the Wake Forest Clemson game, I believe that is an early kickoff. So 1 on, 2 outs. A 1-2 pitch to Grissom. And sinker misses wide of the plate. It's 2-2. Maybe Grissom will get something to hit here on a 2-2 count. He's not going to want to walk him. So Nola might come right after him here. Grossman is on deck. The 2-2 delivery. Yeah, swung on and fouled down the line. Do it again at 2-2. They've hit so poorly here recently. I wouldn't mind seeing the old, I believe it was Whitey Herzog and a couple other managers made it popular, where they just went in and grabbed names out of a hat and built the lineup like that for a day. Just try to get them out of their funk. The 2-2 pitch to Grissom on the way, and knuckle curve misses low and out of the zone. It's 3-2. Good take by Vaughn. I don't know what the success rate was for that. I remember a few times it working for some of these managers. Whitey Herzog from the Cardinals in the 80s is the one that really sticks out to me that would do it. And I believe Tony La Russa would do it as well, but you'd only ever hear about it when it worked. You never hear about it if it was if it failed miserably. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the knuckle curve way out of the zone, down around the shoelaces, and that'll finish the inning. So the Braves put 1 on, but fail to score. We head to the bottom of the 4th. It's 4-0 in Philadelphia.
Bowling's insane. Bowling is crazy time. Bowling? I don't think so, George. You get no rush from bowling. Rush? You want to rush? Drop a ball on your toe, my friend. Talk about a rush. You'll be throbbing. You'll see vision.
At Jewelers Mutual, we're a little obsessed with jewelry. Obsessed like auctioneers with talking fast.
50, we're going to fit.
Pop stars with auto tune. And dentists with asking questions.
How did he propose?
After they've put their hands in your mouth.
Great.
Yes, we've made jewelry our obsession for over 100 years. We love it so much, we named our kids Ruby, Amber, and Opal.
Venti soy latte for Opal?
At Jewelers Mutual, we insure jewelry and only jewelry, which is why people who are also obsessed with jewelry trust us with theirs.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. Odorizzi's going to go back out there for inning number 4. 65 pitches on the night. We'll try to get a few more outs out of that arm. It's Vierling, who's 1 for 1. Feels like everybody's 1 for 1 against Odorizzi tonight. The first pitch to Vierling is a curveball at the knees, and it's 0-1. Probably the best curveball that Odorizzi has thrown in quite some time. That fell right off the table and right there at the knees on the plate. The 0-1 pitch, and in the dirt, skipped in front of the plate, splitter, and it's 1-1. The 0-1 delivery. On the way to Vierling, splitter just misses below the knees outside. It's 2-1. Real quick, hit the scoreboard for you. The 2-1 pitch off the plate wide. Ball 3, 3-1. It's 4-3 in the top of the 6th in Pittsburgh as the Pirates lead the Cubs. Miami 4-1 over Washington in the 7th. The 3-1 pitch from Odorizzi, swinging him, hit hard and high into left center field. On the run, making the catch is Michael Harris, and he'll put it away. There's one out here in the bottom of the 4th. Good coverage by Harris, drifting over there. Rosario probably could have gotten to it. 3-2 Milwaukee. That game is in the top of the 6th. They are chasing down the Phillies for that final wild card spot, sitting 2.5 back. Baltimore 1-0 over Houston. The Orioles have an outside chance of making a run at that final wild card spot. They're currently sit as the first pitch to the leadoff hitter, Kyle Schwarber, is fouled back. It's 0-1. They currently sit 4 games behind Seattle for the final wild card spot. So they'll have to get red hot and hope Seattle falls off or Tampa. With only about a dozen games left or so. The 0-1 pitch, I guess, missed high for a ball. 1-1. Was right there in the strike zone. Another blown call by Andy Fletcher. New York leads Boston. Yankees over the Red Sox 4-1. The 1-1 pitch to Schwarber's banged off the plate foul. It's 1-2. In that game, Aaron Judge is 0 for 3, so no home run so far for Aaron Judge, chasing 61. The 1-2 to Schwarber on the way in the dirt. And it's 2-2. Big game in Tampa Bay. The Blue Jays and Tampa Bay Rays are jockeying for position for the top wild card spot. Toronto currently leads in the standings by 1 game. Tampa Bay leads or trails that game 4-3. The 2-2 pitch misses inside for a ball. It's 3-2. Of course, that would be significant because if you get the top spot in the wild card, you get to be a home team. And it's significant for a lot of folks, whoever Toronto's opponent may be, because as the 3-2 pitch misses inside, almost hits Schwarber, and it's a walk. Another free pass by Odorizzi will send Schwarber, who had struck out the first 2 times, down to first base. If Toronto ends up with the top wild card spot, remember, they're still requiring vaccinations in Canada to enter the country. So, for instance, if Tampa Bay or Seattle has to play Toronto in Toronto that first round, we'll find out real fast who is and who is not vaccinated. The team that does not get the 5th overall seed, meaning the final wild card, is the first pitch to Hoskins, misses out. No, called for a strike. It's 0-1. They would face, in all likelihood, the Cleveland Guardians in Cleveland for the first series. It would be interesting down the stretch if you know that you've clinched to be in the playoffs. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into left field, and Odorizzi gets hammered again. It's 6-0. Rhys Hoskins absolutely unloaded that lollipop that he threw across the plate. Odorizzi has given up 6 runs here in the 4th inning. 10 outs and 6 runs. It's a good recipe to find yourself not starting again the rest of the season. The only way I see Odorizzi making another start in 2022 outside of injury is if Atlanta is out of the divisional race and they want to rest some arms. But if you have meaningful games next week, you cannot let him go back out there on the mound. Bryce Elder has pitched much better than Odorizzi. And if Strider is okay, there's just no room for these outings. First pitch on the way to Harper, swung on and fouled off. It's 0-1. Harper is 0 for 1 on the night. So evidently that wind isn't too strong to get it out into left field, because that ball was absolutely blasted. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball caught for a strike on the edge. It's 0-2. Odorizzi now sits at 80 pitches. I'd say they'll try to rush him back out there for one more inning if he can get through this inning fairly quickly. And then as the 0-2 pitch is on the way, swung on and banged off the plate. Do it again at 0-2. I would think Jackson Stevens would be their first choice out of the pen. Get him some work. It's been a little while. If not, they could have one of their expanded roster guys come in. But I think you'd want to keep some of these guys a little sharp. The 0-2 pitch on the way to Harper, swing and a miss, strike 3. Cutter way out of the zone and struck. That's the second time that Harper has struck out on that pitch. There's 2 away. Finishing off that scoreboard, Toronto leads Tampa Bay 4-3. That game's in the 5th. Cleveland trails Texas 2-0, but they have a sizable lead. I believe I saw today it was 7 games on the White Sox. The White Sox will be cleaning house for sure. They were prohibitive favorites in that division this year. First pitch on the way to Real Muto is rifled into right field and dropped down for a single. 1 on and 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th. San Diego and Colorado, they're scoreless in the second. Another game of interest is the Braves will most likely either play San Diego or Philadelphia, assuming they don't catch the Mets for the division in the first round. And I know the score looks bad tonight, but I think Atlanta would much prefer to face Philadelphia. The first pitch on the way to Bohm is fouled back out of play, and it's 0-1. Detroit leads the White Sox. Speaking of the White Sox, they're up 3-0 in the second. Angels and Twins are tied at 1-2. Colorado, San Diego scoreless going into the third. Seattle and Kansas City. Mariners lead the Royals 1-0 in the third. St. Louis and the Dodgers later on tonight. The 0-1 pitch misses inside to Bohm. It's 1-1. Bohm is 2 for 2 on the night. Tonight in Oakland, you got Bassett versus Cole Irvin. So decent pitching matchup and a really interesting one because Bassett coming home. Remember, he was in Oakland A. The 1-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into right field, going on the track, bobbling the ball and dropping it is Harris. That's going to score a run. And that will be an E8 for sure. Not really sure what happened there. Harris, normally phenomenal in the outfield. Braves are just having a terrible night. It's 7-0. Should have had the catch. Hit him right in a bad place, right in the glove. Popped out. And then Harris was so distraught by it, he had a hard time getting the ball off the ground, kind of fumbling it around. I don't think the wind had anything to do with it because the ball did hit him right in the webbing of the glove. I mean, that should have been caught. He was going into the fence, and that probably had something to do with it. But he dropped it before he ever touched the fence. But maybe bracing for contact with the fence had something to do with the ball popping out. So Brandon Marshall come to the plate. Braves trail by a touchdown, and it's a first pitch ball down below the knees. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. It is 1-1. Syracuse leads Virginia 16-0 at the half. So no games are interesting tonight. See, the Boston Celtics suspended their coach for a year for an inappropriate relationship, evidently a consensual relationship with a coworker. The 1-1 pitch is hit into center field. That ball's going to go off of Harris's glove. That'll easily score a run. He was trying to trap the ball, but the ball kicked off his glove. Grossman gets it, and it is 8-0 Philadelphia. Harris kind of, there's no other word for it, half-assed it, and the ball came off his glove. Not that it would have made a difference. The run was going to score anyways as soon as it hit the ground. It hit the ground about 3 feet in front of him. And the runner stopped it first, so it probably won't be an error charged to him. He from my calculations, did not gain a base on it. The first pitch on the way to Segura is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. So Odorizzi having a bad enough night as it is, having a hard time getting anybody out. He's not getting any help from his defense. 8-0 is your score. The 0-1 pitch hit hard down the right field line, but plenty foul. It's 1-1. 8 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Phillies. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors for the Braves. The only saving grace is Philadelphia has been known to blow big leads in the bullpen. Though it doesn't look good now, you never know. The 0-2 pitch swung on, hit hard into the seats over the netting, and it's 0-2. No matter any way you slice it, Odorizzi's not fooling anybody. Except ironically, Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper, they both have struck out twice. But other than that, Odorizzi's been getting hammered. And Segura, very good hitter in his own right, stands in ready for the 0-2 pitch. And curveball misses outside. It's 1-2. Same two teams back at it tomorrow, 4:00 Eastern. I believe 4:05 first pitch. We won't be carrying the game until Tuesday. The 1-2 swung on and fouled back. Do it again at 1-2. Georgia Bulldogs are at it tomorrow, noon kickoff against Kent State. There's a biggie. Jeez. 45-point favorites. Kent State. The 1-2 pitch swung on and popped up. Olsen should have it over in foul territory. We'll see what happens. He makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves surrender 4 more on the board. It's 8-0. We'll head to the top of the 5th. Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Geeta Bowl in Jacksonville. And Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in.
Oh, jump pass. How about that?
It's like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
Christian Yelich, 1 for 4, single and a run, very dangerous hitter. The crowd is on their feet. We're down to 1 strike, Braves country. Cross everything. So many heroes here. What? He got caught watching the paint dry, and that's it. The Atlanta Braves will head to the National League Championship Series. They knock out the Milwaukee Brewers, a team that everyone had forgotten about. Everyone had left for dead. All we heard back in June and July was the Phillies, the Mets. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. It's 8-0 on Jake Odorizzi night. You can't help but laugh at this. So the first pitch on the way to Grossman is a called strike. Grossman, believe it or not, was showing bunt. I mean, are you kidding me? It's 0-1. Showing bunt down 8-0. The 0-1 pitch to Grossman is swung on and hit into right field. There we go. There we get a base hit, a leadoff single for Grossman. Let's get something going. At least let's get the bats going. So if nothing else, maybe salvage a couple of wins in this series later on this weekend. The other thing is win, lose, or draw in the division. You don't want to go limping into the playoffs. The Atlanta Braves have now gone through 20 consecutive innings of scoreless baseball offensively. Obviously, down 8-0. First pitch to Swanson is banged off the plate. And it is 0-1. Shutout last night. Have not scored through 4 innings tonight. Last time they scored was Wednesday in the 2nd inning. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit hard over to third. It'll be a tailor-made 5-4-3 double play. Looks like they got Swanson by about a half a step, and there's 2 away. Waiting to see the replay on that. I don't think they're going to challenge it. Weiss is on the phone, but we'll see. It was a bang play, but I believe they got him. See if you show the. Well, the replay is doing a terrible job. They're not slowing it down. Does look like they got him by about a half step. So that'll bring Michael Harris to the plate, who's 0 for 2 with an error and a gaff. 2 bad defensive plays in the outfield. He's sure he'd like to forget this night. 2 strikeouts so far. The first pitch misses outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on and miss, and it's 1-1. If things don't turn around, the one thing you'll say about this game is this reminds me of, you hear football coaches say this a lot, just burn the damn tape and move on, because there's certain games where you just don't have it. The 1-1 pitch, swing and fouls it down the line. It is 1-2. What you'd like to see Atlanta do is somehow get Nola knocked out and them have to go into their bullpen, not give them such an easy win, because that could affect later on tonight, or excuse me, this weekend. The 1-2 pitch to Harris, swung on and banged foul. It is 1-2 again. Braves trail 8-0. The bottom of the 5th inning. Atlanta with a healthy lead atop the wild card standings. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled off. It's 1-2. But 1 game behind the Mets in the loss column in the National League East. Now, if the Mets were to lose tonight, we would stay a game back. Mets have a 3-game series that they are staring at with the Oakland A's, 9:40 Eastern tonight, then 4:00 Eastern and 4:00 Eastern the next 2 days. The 1-2 pitch is banged on the ground. Segura's got it over by second base. He'll flip it over to first. 4-3 put out will end the inning. So the Braves put 1 on, but a double play makes it 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. It's 8-0 in Philly.
You're very lucky that you're with somebody as resilient.
You tried to off yourself 2 times in the last 24 hours, Frank.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
A single scores at least one, probably two, with Adrianza's speed. Braves fans are on their feet, hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single, trying to find any way to get a runner home. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Buehler's got to be coming to the end of his string. For him to piece together this many pitches on 3 days rest, he's really done an incredible job. Braves won, Dodgers won, bottom of the fourth. Justin Buehler looks like he is ready. I don't think Buehler in any way, shape, or form is going to face Freddie Freeman. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? It is gone, baby. Shot by Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1. Atlanta in the bottom of the fourth.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, and the Braves are going to start dumping out the bullpen, and it looks like they're going to bring in Tyler Matzek, get him some work. It's never a good sign to you when you're brought in an 8-0 debacle. It means that you are low man on the totem pole in the bullpen. Matzek's going to try to get that same magic that he had last October back. First pitch on the way from Matzek misses for a ball low and outside. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Matzek to stop that number 8 hitter in the dirt well outside. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch down below the knees, 3-0. So it is that time of the game. We might as well start turn back time on time. We do this every game around the 5th inning. The 3-0 pitch finally finds a strike. It's 3-1. This is the, let me do the math, 114th anniversary of the famous Merkle Boner play. On this date, as the 3-1 pitch is fouled off, it's 3-2. On this date in 1908, Fred Merkle, second baseman for the New York Giants, as a base runner at first and a force play, fails to touch second base after an apparent game-winning RBI by McCormick. The 3-2 pitch misses nowhere near the zone. It's a walk. That fastball was about helmet high and over the plate. Got to really start wondering what this bullpen is going to look like when we get to October. Big names that we leaned on for that championship will not be a part of the mix. It doesn't look like. Matzek has not gotten right all year. I know he's had some injuries, but he just has not, he didn't have it before or after injury. Will Smith, of course, no longer with the team. Kenley Jansen has struggled all year. First pitch for Matzek is out of the zone, nowhere close to the plate. It's 1-0. So Fred Merkle on that famous play was standing on first, and the ball was hit into the outfield. McCormick, as the 1-0 pitch swung on and missed, slider out of the zone, but Vierling bit on it. It's 1-1. McCormick would score from home to third, which would have been a walk-off single. And this was a big game in 1908. No wild card, none of that jazz, no division winners. This was for the pennant. Back then, if you won the division, if you won the pennant, it means you went to the World Series. There was no divisions back then, as the 1-1 pitch misses high. Again, it's 2-1. So back then, there was no playoffs. There was just the World Series. Best record in the National League, best record in the American League. 2-1 pitch is swung on and fouled back. It's 2-2. And this was late in the season, obviously. If people aren't familiar with this play, Fred Merkle standing on first, when the ball was hit into the outfield, fans rushed onto the field and he never touched second. Didn't think much of it. Returned back to the dugout in celebration. The Cubs, who were playing the Giants, is the 2-2 pitch way outside and high. Another terrible pitch by Matzek. It's 3-2. The Giants fought to get the ball back from a fan. The Cubs fought to get the ball back from a fan and chased him into the street, got the ball. As the 3-2 pitch is down below, another walk. It's first and second, nobody out. No, Matzek is a fan favorite, but it's time for him to step aside this season and try to get right, because I don't think the Braves can bring him into big leverage situations in October. He's been just wildly inconsistent. Kranitz is going to come out there and try to talk to him, try to calm him down. I'm sure he's putting a lot of pressure on himself, just not being able to find the strike zone. It just seems like that he's got a good old-fashioned case of the yips. And I don't know if it's from, he put a lot of unneeded pressure on himself by baiting a lot of people on social media in the offseason and bragging. And I don't know if that's snowballed on him. I don't know. I know that he had issues long before and tried to get him right in Atlanta. It looked like he'd turn his career around, and now it's not looking good for him. That'll bring Kyle Schwarber to the plate. So when you're struggling like this, the last thing you want to see is the guy leading the National League in home runs with nobody out coming to the plate. First pitch to Schwarber misses below the knees. It's 1-0. So they finally get the ball back and go into the infields, jumping on second base, showing the umpire, because the umpire knew that Fred Merkle had never crossed second base. So still technically the force play was in play. The 1-0 pitch misses outside and high, but called for a strike. It's 1-1. Not knowing what to do, what would eventually happen is the umpires would agree that he was out, call it a tie, because the game, the teams had left. They'd mobbed the field. The 1-1 pitch is fouled back. It's 1-2. So what they decided to do was just call the game a tie. They would eventually have to replay that game at the end of the season. The Cubs would end up beating the Giants for the National League pennant. And many Giants fans, the 1-2 pitch called strike three, Schwarber down on strikes for the third time tonight, didn't even offer at the pitch. There's one away. So Fred Merkle, who was a pretty good ball player in his own right, would be forever known for that play called the Merkle Boner because it cost them the pennant. Many Giants fans say that that is what led to the 108-year curse of the Cubs not winning the World Series. And that was on this date, 1908. First pitch to Rhys Hoskins is in the dirt. He is 3 for 3 with the home run. That ball was nowhere near the strike zone, 1-0. Another interesting thing happened on this date, 1949. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses out of the zone, 2-0. Another quote-unquote curse began. On this date, 1941, the then Cleveland Indians were eliminated from the pennant race. They're going to ask for time. Hoskins steps out of the plate. Looks like he got something in his eye. He's needing a second. He's got the count at 2-0, 2 on, 1 away. Tyler Matzik kicks and deals, and that ball is nowhere near the plate. It's 3-0. On this date, 1949, the then Cleveland Indians were eliminated from the pennant race. The owner, Bill Veeck, who is very well known for all kinds of promotions, he did things like that ball forward. I mean, that ball wasn't even close to the plate. He might as well just bowled it up there. Bases loaded, 1 away. This almost seems like cruel and unusual punishment to leave Matzik out there because he is just nowhere near the plate. It is a miracle that he struck out Kyle Schwarber in the middle of all this. So Matzik has faced 4 batters, struck out Schwarber, and outside of that, has walked 3 batters and only thrown 2 strikes to those batters. And here comes Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. First pitch to him is a swing and a miss. Fastball up out of the zone, and it's 0-1. Harper has been reaching for that top end fastball, we'll say about 2 inches out of the zone, but over the plate. I don't know why you'd throw him anything else at this point. The 0-1 swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-2. Similar pitch. That ball actually stuck in the zone. Jackson Stevens is now warming up in the Braves pen. So on this date, 1949, Bill Veeck, ever the showman, owner of the Indians at that time, him and a few players went behind the center field wall of the Cleveland outfield. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and hit high, but not very deep into center field. Michael Harris has it, fires it home, and close play at the plate, but they're going to say Stott got in there just under the tag. There's 2 away. Looked like he probably did. Wasn't a very good slide by Stott. d'Arnaud got the ball on his right side and had to swing back to make the tag. Closer than it should have been. Stott started to slide way too early with that arm, but I think d'Arnaud missed him at the front end. So 9-0 is your score. But on that date, Veeck and a couple of players acted as pallbearers having a funeral for the 1948 pennant. And they buried the pennant behind center field wall. The pennant then went missing. Nobody knows quite what happened to it And Cleveland fans believe that started the curse of the Cleveland Indians' last World Series championship, with the 1948 pennant being lost. That was on this date in 1949. Bill Veeck was a character. He was known for, I believe it was when he was running the White Sox, the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. It's 0-2. He sent a guy up to the plate that was 3 foot. I believe he was 3'6" was his height. Very, very short person. And had him go to the plate and told him, don't swing the bat. And he walked on 4 pitches because the pitcher couldn't hit the strike zone because he was so small. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 0-2. The little person walked on 4 pitches and was immediately pinch ran for. But it was those kinds of things that he was known for. He was known for doing all kinds of showman stuff to bring folks in. On this date, 1957, the Milwaukee Braves clinched the National League pennant. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and grounded over to short. Dansby has it. 6-3 putout will finally end the inning. Braves trail 9-0. We head to the top of the 6th. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Third down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end open, but he's got Carter. He's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown and a bomb to Carter. 71 yards. Now State's lead 7-3. There he goes. Go on. Ohio State touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch. You fake to him the first time and let him have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
And he's open. 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
On the other sports, you have time you have to play against the clock. And when the clock runs out, your chance is over. No clock in baseball. You play until you lose. And if you can keep that rally alive, if you can keep going, if you can keep getting hits, you can play until a week from now. Nothing stops you.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 9-0. You're just joining us. Jake Odorizzi happened, and Atlanta has failed to score on starting pitcher Aaron Nola, who has thoroughly dominated the Braves since 2019. He'll be moving to 11-3 unless something dramatically happens here. You would think if Philly versus Atlanta, if they can set it up, Nola's going to pitch game 1 of that series, no matter how much they love Zach Wheeler. First pitch on the way to Riley is called for a strike. Might have been a low strike, but Riley kind of grimaced, but I think he understands it's 9-0 in the 6th. And it's cold. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Riley swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. So to finish that, 1957, the Milwaukee Braves clinched the National League pennant. They became the first team in the National League to clinch the pennant in 7 years that were not New York based. Giants and Dodgers had traded back and forth. That 57 team would go on to beat the Yankees in the World Series. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and hit into the hole, and Stott's going to fumble it around. That'll probably be an infield single. See how they rule that. They do give him a base hit. Rightfully slow. So that would have been a tough play. I don't think Stott could have made that play. He was going to be going off his back leg deep in the hole and having to throw out Riley, who's always hustling down the line. So the Braves have Nola right where they want him, down 9-0, 1 on, nobody out. Here's the first pitch to d'Arnaud, and it misses out. No, he's going to call that a strike. That's a 9-0 strike. It's 0-1. So that Braves team, that Milwaukee Braves team that beat out the Dodgers and the Giants to win the pennant and then beat the Yankees in the World Series, the 0-1 pitch is called for a wide strike. It's 0-2. That team has famously been given a lot of different nicknames I was looking at today. The Kings of Gotham, New York Slayers. The 0-2 pitch to d'Arnaud swung on and fouled down the line. Do it again at 0-2. Of course, the great Hank Aaron was on that team. And Hank Aaron hit an 11th inning home run, a walk-off shot to win that game, to win that pennant. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. Do it again at 0-2. Bushville Wins was a book written about that, a very good book that I could recommend to you about that team. Because they were known as Bushville because Milwaukee was always known as a Bush League city because they literally were in the Bush Leagues. Bush Leagues meant minor leagues until the Braves moved to Milwaukee in the 50s. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit into center field, but right at the center fielder making the play is Vierling. And there is one away. Vierling went to center field as Brandon Marsh has been lifted for Dalton Guthrie, as the Phillies have already started to unload their bench. Matt Olson, 0-2 on the night. Feels like this would be a perfect time to get Matt Olson a few at bats on the bench. Down 9-0. Why keep these guys out there? First pitch to Olson, a swing and a miss, nowhere near the ball, and it's 0-1. Just a good old fashioned rest of the night off. I think would do Olson and a couple other guys some good. And you've got the bench because of the expanded roster. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Olson, swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. We'll do a few more of these since the game is such out of reach. There's some really interesting turn back times today. On this date, 1957, Ted Williams extended his consecutive on base streak to a major league record as the 0-2 pitch on the way to Olson. JT Real Muto sets up outside, misses wide. It's 1-2. Consecutive on base streak to 16 when he reaches base 5 straight times versus the Red Sox. I'm sorry, in the Red Sox win over Washington. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled off. We'll do it again at 1-2. During that 16 consecutive on base streak, he had 2 singles, 4 home runs in consecutive at bats, and 9 walks. And also reached base by hit by pitch. The 1-2 to Olson. On the way, misses high. It's 2-2. In 1969, on this date, in an 8-3 win over the Yankees, Red Sox first baseman Carl Yastrzemski hits his 200th career home run. He would finish his career with 452 lifetime in 23 years. The 2-2 pitch to Olson swung. He loses the bat. Did he make contact with the ball? It looked like he fouled it off. Have to catch a replay of that. He did. He fouled it off, and the bat flew out of his hand, went towards the camera well. Eric Young, first base coach, had to go over there and retrieve it. I think Olson didn't know what happened. Just went past. Oh, it actually ended up in our dugout. Or no, excuse me, Phillies dugout. Well, it can't hurt. As bad as he's been hitting, do anything to that bat. We'll see if it changes his luck. The 2-2 pitch to Olson. Swing and ground it over to first. And they're going to try to pull a guess that would have been a 4-6-3 double play, but Olson, even as slow as he moves, beat it out the throw. It was a slow developing play. It was an easy force out at second. By the time they got the ball back over to first, Olson had passed the bag. So William Contreras comes up. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. Here's a Philadelphia one on this date. In 1983, it's the first pitch misses wide of the mark. It's 1-0. With a 6-2 win over the Phillies, the team that traded Steve Carlton gets his 300th victory at Busch Stadium. The 1-0 pitch is banged off the plate. It's 1-1. And on this date, this is a significant one. I remember this. This date in 1984, Willie Hernandez established a franchise record when he converted his 32nd save opportunity. The 1-1 pitch off the plate down below, it's 2-1. You'd think this is going to be Nola's last inning. He's at 101 pitches. Willie Hernandez held the Yankees to 1 run over 2 innings. It's 4-1 victory. His mark would last for 27 years as the 2-1 pitch misses inside. It's 3-1. When Jose Valverde would pass him in 2011. The most interesting thing about that Willie Hernandez year of 1984, most of his saves, because back then it was pretty regular, most of his saves were 2-3 innings. So you see 31, it's a 3-1 pitch is called for a strike. William Contreras is about to throw the bat towards the dugout and head down to first for a walk, but that ball was definitely in the zone. Hernandez won the American League MVP and Cy Young Award that year as the closer. That's how phenomenal that season was. The 3-2 pitch right there at the knees, called for a strike. Contreras taken all the way. Now he wants to argue with the umpire. Pretty sure he's going to get tossed because he is, at this point, he probably doesn't care. Designated hitter just wants to get kicked out of the game, but he is going back and forth. We'll be back in a flash, let you know what happened.
That's the beauty of baseball. There's no time limit. You have to let the other guy have an opportunity. It's not basketball. We can run the clock out and pass it around, foul each other for the last 3 minutes of the game. We're not running the ball up the middle or taking a knee like it is in football. You have to face your opponent. Your opponent has every opportunity down to the very last pitch of the game to win a game. That's the beauty of baseball. That's why I love baseball the way I do. The DH, I'm an American League guy. You know that. I love the DH. I understand the league people wouldn't want it, and I don't think they should do it in both leagues. Keep it the way it is. What's wrong with the DH?
Yeah, because if you put the DH in the National League, the American League would never win another World Series. It would make it an even playing field.
I don't think that's exactly how it would play out.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
One afternoon on the Brooklyn waterfront, a boy named William Cummings, known to his friends as Candy, noticed that he could make a clamshell curve when he hurled it through the air and began to wonder if he might be able to do the same thing one day with a baseball. In April 1867, now pitching for the Brooklyn Excelsiors, Candy Cummings tried out his new pitch. Though it was outlawed, everyone started throwing the curveball. Purists were appalled.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves down 9-0. Matzik is going to go back out there, and he has thrown 27 pitches. This tells you something about where they think Matzik is, because they're basically going to burn him or he won't be able to pitch again for several days. The 1-0 pitch is right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Alec Bohm, Guthrie, and Segura are due up in a 9-0 game this had Jake Odorizzi go 4 innings, 8 earned runs, 3 walks, and 6 strikeouts. The 1-1, strike 2. Fouled off, 92-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-2. Back to that Willie Hernandez. For folks who aren't old enough to remember that, Willie Hernandez, you win the MVP and the Cy Young Award as a reliever. Unbelievable season. And I would put that season up with just about any season ever in the history of baseball. The 1-2 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. He was traded to Detroit, by the way, in March of 1984, just before the season started. The 2-2 misses high. It's 3-2. And he came in and he was known as a starter and a reliever. The 3-2 pitch from Matzik. On the way. Swing and fouled off. We'll do it again at 3-2. Three-two pitch. Alec Bohm, Tyler Matzik. That ball's in the dirt, and they're going to walk him. So Tyler Matzik being asked to eat some more innings. I mean, why not? You got a guy on the mound. They can't get anybody out. They can't find the strike zone. You know you're going to most likely lose this game. You might as well just burn the outs through his arm along with Odorizzi and say good riddance to them for the 2022 season. They might get some work towards the end if we're out of the divisional race in that series against Miami that'll end the season. But the division isn't over quite yet. We still got a puncher's chance. We get 3 games against the Mets in Atlanta. I've thought all along that we're probably going to have to sweep that to win the division. And it's not just because of being how many games you're going to be back. It's the fact that unless you sweep that series, you're not going to have the tiebreaker. The 0-1 pitch misses to Guthrie outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Matzik on his balls that he's missing. I mean, he is missing them way out of the zone. The 1-1 misses high once again. They marked it as a strike, but I'm pretty sure. Did they say he went around? He did not look like he went around. Okay, it's 1-2. That's a 9-0 strike if I ever seen one. The 1-2 pitch right there down Main Street called for a strike 3, and there's one away. So back to that, when Hernandez came to the Cubs, he told them he'd do anything they wanted him to do. They started putting him in the bullpen, back into the bullpen, and he just had such nasty stuff and was able to go 2-3 innings at a time. As the first pitch to Segura misses way inside, it's 1-0. That they ended up leaving him in the bullpen. Now, this was the famous 1984 Detroit Tiger team that got off to that 35-5 start. Now, they ended up winning the World Series, but they got to that huge 35-5 start. Back then, you didn't have, as the 1-0 pitches in the dirt, it's 2-0. Back then, you didn't have wild cards. You had 2 divisions in the 80s in each league. So you either won your division or you stayed home. So the Tigers jump out to this huge lead in the American League. There was no catching them. And Willie Hernandez had a phenomenal season out of that bullpen as the 2-0 pitch misses high. But they're going to say that, wow, is that a bad called strike? It's 2-1. That ball was 3 inches above the strike zone. It was over the plate, but 3 inches above the strike zone. Andy Fletcher does not care about his rating. The 2-1 pitch. Ball 3-1. And Segura went to take his leg pad off to head down to first because he thought he was being walked. Fletcher had to stop him and let him know it's just 3-1, not 4-0. And Segura went back there to talk to him because he's wanting to go, well, when the hell did he throw a strike? Because all 4 of those pitches have been way out of the zone. Right. And so the look on Segura's face is, are you serious? The 3-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to third, making the play. Riley flips it over to second. Grissom will catch it for the force out. That's all they'll get. And Segura will trade spots with Bohm at first. That pitch was, I was in the middle of saying it. how bad that call was by Fletcher. I hope I do not see this guy, A, the rest of the year, but B, in the postseason. Because he is just awful. I've done 3 of his games this year, him behind the plate, and Andy Fletcher is just, everyone wants to get Ben out of shape. A couple of the other umpires, they never bring up Andy Fletcher. He is just unbelievably bad. So back to the Willie Hernandez. When you go back to that Willie Hernandez year, and it was a year where there wasn't a big offensive putouts as the first pitch is for a strike to Stott, it's 0-1. He had a phenomenal year where he went 32 saves, 9-3. Because back then, when you'd bring a guy in 2-3 innings in relief, the 0-1 pitch is fouled off. It's 0-2. And sometimes you would come in and your team's losing or tied, and they would just bring guys in. So he went 9-3 and 32 saves. Think about that. I mean, in a 1.92 ERA, 112 strikeouts and 140 innings pitched. So he pitched at the bullpen as many innings as guys pitch as a starter nowadays. The 0-2 pitch is fouled down the third base line and bending out of play. It's 0-2. He probably would have had more saves, but down the stretch, they had that division tied up by like early August that they used him sparingly going towards the playoffs. That Tiger team is always overlooked as one of the better teams in the last 40, 50 years, but it really was a locomotive. Kirk Gibson was on that team. The 0-2 pitch misses high to Stott. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from Matzik, 2 out, 1 on. Slider misses low. It is 2-2. But I often talk about it when folks ask me, great pitching years in modern era, and we'll just say, since cable TV, right, the last 40 years, Willie Hernandez is right up there. The 2-2 swung on and banged hard to first base. Olson standing right there, grabs it, steps on the bag, and has the force out. We'll head to the top of the 7th. It's 9-0 in Philly.
A wise guy, huh?
Who wins in a cage match of Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner versus Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner, or Caitlyn Jenner, versus Michael Sam and Ray Rice? Well, I tried to make it as even as possible.
Armchair.
If we actually enjoyed our New Year's resolutions, we'd all have 6-packs, money in our saving accounts, and we'd know how to play the piano. I have to tell you about the one resolution I actually enjoy. It's Built Bar. It's delicious. Oh, yeah, it's healthy too. Built Bar is healthier than your favorite protein bar. They're low-cal, low sugar, high protein, high fiber, great for the keto diet. Lose or maintain weight while indulging. And with only 4 net carbs and 150 calories, there's no guilt. Visit BuiltBar.com.
I'm bad at sex. There's a lot of thrashing and thumping, but nothing really gets done. I'm like a broken dishwasher.
Welcome to the jungle. Jim Rome on the air, noon to 3 Eastern, only on CBS Sports Radio.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
I heard that this year we at Harvard won the baseball championship because we have a pitcher who has a fine curveball. I am further instructed that the purpose of the curveball is to deliberately deceive the batter. Harvard is not in the business of teaching deception. Charles Eliot, president of Harvard College.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 9-0, but are definitely headed to the postseason, so we look forward to that. To put a cap on that whole thing about the 84 Tigers, remember that was also Sparky Anderson was the manager. He won 100 games for the first time, became the first skipper to win 100 games in both leagues. So remember, Sparky Anderson was the longtime manager of the Big Red Machine in the 70s. That 84 Tiger team won 108 games before postseason play. So we head to the top of the 7th, and Eddie Rosario will lead off. Nick Nelson comes into the game. He misses the first pitch, 97-mile-an-hour fastball in the dirt. Rosario has to tap dance out of the way. It's 1-0. This state was loaded with history. On this date in 1988, it's hard to believe it's been that long ago, 34 years ago today. I remember it like it was yesterday. Jose Canseco becomes the first player, as the 1-0 pitch is swung on and miss for a strike. It's 1-1, Fastball right past Rosario. Canseco became the first player ever to join the 40-40 club, stealing his 40th bag. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into left field, making a diving play at the ball. A very awkward play was Veerling. He goes into the gap, and Rosario ends up on second base, kind of cruising around the bases. Not going to kill yourself hustling on that play. Down 9-0, but a really strange. It looked like Veerling was going to make the play. And instead, he kind of awkwardly misjudged it, and the ball got past him. So 1 on and nobody out, and the first pitch is hit hard by Grissom deep into center field, making the catch is Veerling, and tagging up on the play is Rosario. Play a lot closer than it should have been. Rosario was tagging up, but I wouldn't say that he was 100% giving it his all. Not quite Cadillacing, but also not quite hustling all the way. He almost got gunned down. It was more of like a brisk jog. And Veerling, and I'll tell you what, Bohm almost deked him, because Bohm just kind of nonchalantly got the ball and then did a quick swipe tag that almost got Rosario on the leg. So runner on third and 1 away, and Grossman takes the first pitch high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 1. It's 1-1. It's also interesting, if you look at the Philadelphia Phillies feed, they are highlighting the fact that Rosario kind of Cadillaced it into second and Cadillaced it into third. The 1-1 pitch called strike 2. It's 1-2. Now, the one thing I will say, the game's 9-0. It's cold weather, and Rosario has had some injuries. It's not really worth getting him hurt, busting his tail down to try to stretch a double into a triple. 1-2 pisses outside. It's 2-2. On this date in 1996, the Braves beat the Expos 8-2 to clinch the NL East. They became the first National League team to take 5 straight division titles. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and hit high and deep down the left field line. Making the catch is Schwarber. tagging up and scoring easily will be Rosario Schwarber. He's not going to push the issue as he slowly flips the ball back into the infield, and it's 9-1. No Vierling and Bohm were fighting for every run, but Schwarber's like, man, I'm not throwing my arm out trying to gun down Rosario when I've got no chance of making the play. Not in a 9-0 game. So 9-1 is your score. The Braves finally on the board for the first time since Wednesday in the second inning. First pitch to Swanson is taken off the plate wide. It's 1-0. If Rosario gave that kind of effort in a close ball game, you would have issue. But like I said, it's not worth him getting. Anyone that makes a big deal about that's just looking for something. The 1-0 pitch is fouled back. It's 1-1. I don't think we ever have to question Rosario's effort after last year. Dansby Swanson's 0 for 3. I mean, we got to get the big three rolling. Swanson, Riley, and Olsen. That stat they put up earlier was just unbelievable. The 1-1 is in the dirt. It's 2-1. And Acuna can't stay in the lineup. So though he's been hitting fairly well recently, doesn't really do you a whole lot of good. The 2-1 swung on and hit hard into left field. That'll get down. Should be 2, and it will be 2 as the ball pops out of Schwarber's glove. I think it would have been a double anyways. I doubt they give an error to Schwarber. I don't think Swanson gained a base on that. His 31st double of the season. They do give him a double. And it's a 2-out double, putting Swanson in scoring position. So maybe the Braves can scratch a few more runs out here. You never know with this Philly bullpen. Put enough stress on them. Braves only have 7 outs to play with, but they can just make them sweat a little bit. It'd be worth it. First pitch to Harris is a called strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Seventh inning, so we might as well transition to birthdays. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and grounded over to second. Segura's got it. Harris busting it down the line. They'll get him by a step, and that'll end the inning. Stretch your legs, grab you a cold one. Seventh inning, Braves, we're having a tough one tonight.
All right. Can't see you. Let me hear you. All right.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue, Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and the old ball game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys she knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the crowd. Buy me the peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. It's 9-1, as you can see on the scoreboard here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Jackson Stevens comes in with his 3.64 ERA, but has struggled recently. Rylan Bannon will come in and play second base. How about that? Get some time off for some guys. And Vaughn Grissom will make his debut as a shortstop. Give Dansby Swanson some time off. Guillermo Heredia will come in. He's going to play center field. Coming in for Michael Harris. I still would have liked to have seen them to pull Olson out of the game. First pitch on the way is a called strike wide. It's 0-1. They're showing most innings played by in MLB this year. Olson, Swanson, and Riley top the list. 4th and 5th is Simeon of the Rangers and Lindor of the Mets. The 0-2 pitch on the way, off the plate wide. It is 1-2. You'd like to see them get Riley and Olson the night off. The 1-2 pitch in on the ground over to Grissom, and it's a 6-3 put out. Good play by Grissom over there at short, his natural position, and there's one away. So everybody is aware that Dansby Swanson is a free agent at season's end. A lot of big names shortstop free agents that'll be on the market. Braves fans are hoping that Atlanta re-signs Dansby, but the reality of it is he may go elsewhere. And if so, as the first pitch is swung on by Schwarber, popped up, can of corn, and Olson's got it. There's 2 away. You could be looking at what your infield would look like next year. Minus Braylon, it would be obviously Ozzie Albies over at second. I, for one, hope they find a way to keep Dansby. He's a leader in the clubhouse. He's a clutch player. Be sorely missed. He's from Atlanta. First pitch on the way, misses high. It's 1-0. But he is represented by the same group that Freddie Freeman was represented by. 1-0 pitch is right there at the knees. It's 1-1. Rhys Hoskins 3 for 3 on the night. Also reached via the walk. The 1-1 pitch. Right there at belt high for a strike. It's 1-2. Braves and Phillies, 4:00 tomorrow, 1:00 on Sunday. And then Atlanta goes to Washington for 3. All 3 of those games are 7:05 Eastern first pitches. The 1-2 pitch misses outside. Ball 2. It's 2-2. We will have the Tuesday night game, and we will have the Mets Braves next Friday night. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Ball 3. It's 3-2. And we hope that game on a week from Sunday night is an important one. And if it is, we will have that as well. And finish up the regular season that Tuesday evening. Braves Marlins. as the 3-2 pitch is on the way right there at the knees, called strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So a 1-2-3 inning by Jackson Stevens. Good to see it. We'll head to the top of the 8th and grab the bats. Come on, Braves.
How about that? This is Jim Rome. Join me in the jungle for your phone calls and the biggest names in sports. Stop by weekdays, noon until 3 Eastern, 9 to noon Pacific.
Your favorite shot?
Favorite shot? I don't know. I had it last night. Lots of them. I think it's called the Picklehead, where it's a shot of Jameson with a little bit of pickle juice chaser. And it's the most wonderful and terrible thing I've ever had in my drinking life. Because once you take the shot and then you take the pickle juice, there's no burn. There's absolutely no burn, right? And then you're like, well, shoot, yeah, it's just Kool-Aid at that point. It can lead to very bad things. Trust me.
Armchair.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
It is ridiculous to pay ball players $2,000 a year, especially when the $800 boys often do just as well. William Hulbert.
William A. Hulbert, a ruthless coal magnate who owned the Chicago White Stockings, became the National League's president. He immediately took steps to revive the reputation of the professional game. Players were forbidden to drink on the field or off. No beer was to be served on the grounds. Gambling was barred. Ticket prices were set at 50 cents, and no games were to be played on Sunday. Above all, power was to be invested in the owners, not the players.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves not had a good night. 1 run, 6 hits, no errors. Phillies, 9 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Jake Odorizzi on the hook for the L. First pitch is on the way to Austin Riley, and he fouls it off. It's 0-1. Riley 2 for 2 on the night. Maybe we're getting him turned around a little bit. Missed it earlier, the statistic they put up in the month of September. Riley, Olson, and Dansby Swanson combined hitting under 200 for the month. The 0-1 misses outside wide. It's 1-1. Nick Nelson back out there for another inning of work. They'll probably try to ride him through the 9th. The 1-1 swing and a miss, strike 2. Good slider. Riley couldn't connect. It was right there in his wheelhouse, just mistimed it. Nelson throws a high 90s fastball and a slider that tops out around 89-90. The 1-2 off the plate wide. It is 2-2. A lot of big college football games tomorrow. The 2-2 pitch swung on and a comebacker to Nelson. He's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 1-3 put out to start the 8th. Armchair Quarterbacks kickoff show right here on youtube.com. Armchair Quarterbacks 1 starts at 9 a.m. Eastern. We go a full 3 hours talking. We'll start off with a little bit of baseball, but dive right into college football, the NFL, finish it up with your fantasy football. Whole group of guys here that come in and join in on the fun. Got about 8 or 9 contributors that come on that show. The first pitch is swung on and banged foul. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Travis Darnold is 1 for 3 on the day. Tomorrow, you got some big games in college football. Clemson, Wake Forest, that's number 5 versus number 21. That game's at noon. Florida Gators are at the Tennessee Volunteers, 3:30 Eastern on CBS. Be talking that game quite a bit tomorrow. The 0-1 pitch misses inside and high. It's 1-1. Texas Tech in Texas. That should be a fun one. Bama taking on a 3-1 Vanderbilt team, though Bama's a 40.5-point favorite. The 1-1 pitch to Darnold. Swing and a miss, strike 2. It's 1-2. USC and Oregon State, big game out west. And Arkansas and Texas A&M, that's a night game, and that's being played in Jerry's World in the Cowboys Stadium. Both A&M and Arkansas are both ranked. The 1-2 pitch inside, taken for a ball. It's 2-2. You also got a lot of NFL action going on we'll be diving into, along with the pennant races, American League wild card, the NL East. It's not over yet, Braves fans. Still a lot of baseball to play. The 2-2 pitch right there at the knees, strike 3. Darnold does not offer, and he'll head back to the bench. Would tend to think Darnold probably gets the day off tomorrow, and Contreras will be behind the plate. We'll see if Acuna is back in the lineup. He's missed the last 2 days. See if they might have him in for the designated hitter role. I doubt he comes in to play defense. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. He is still struggling, 0 for 3. First pitch to Olson is swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-1. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Your NFL action, talking that tomorrow as well. You got Packers and Bucks. That should be a good one. Rams, Cardinals. 2 winless teams that weren't supposed to be winless at this point, Raiders and Titans. How about Chiefs going to Indy? Colts need a big win. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-1. And a battle of the unbeatens, Buffalo versus the Dolphins. That should get exciting. Time to hit those birthdays. Remember, Matt Kemp played for the Braves in 16 and 17. The 1-1 to Olson misses down low. It's 2-1. Matt Kemp turns 38 years old today. I was surprised of how young he was because he's been out of the league for a couple of years. And I don't know why, but I thought he was about that age when he retired. Kemp finished his career with 287 home runs, played for the Braves in 16 and 17. Jeff Cirillo, the infielder for the Brewers for so many years, he turns 53 today. Happy birthday to him as well. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it down the line. It's 2-2. You remember Big Jabba Chamberlain for the New York Yankees? Played for the Yankees and ironically finished his career, I saw, in Cleveland. And remember the game where he was in the playoffs versus Cleveland, and I forget the name of the bugs, but they were like cicadas or something that were flying all over the place, and they had to and they couldn't concentrate. The Yankees lost the game, and the New York media went nuts that they didn't stop the game. Jabba Chamberlain is just 37 years old today. The 2-2 down below the knees misses, and it's 3-2. Ex-head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, Marvin Lewis, he turned 64, and current head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, John Harbaugh, is 60. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Olson once again struggling, throws his bat down. I'll say it again. He could use a day off. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. It's 9-1.
I'm going to be your waitress because my mother drank.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, and the Saturday afternoon games, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Must be sitting on the slider. The Braves standing room only now. Matzik trying to deliver in the biggest moment of his career so far. Runners on second and third, 2 away. The Braves lead by 2. Fastball swung on and missed. Sit down, baby. Matzik comes in and absolutely yaks the whole side.
Because we've been playing it fundamentally the same way for so long, the way that we can find the benchmarks that cross generations and cross decades is to be able to use these statistics as if they were labels. They aren't numbers. 300 hitter is not a number, but 300 hitter is a tag that means something today as it did in 1930, as it did in 1890. So the statistics become a means by which we can connect to the permanence. I can make that comparison with my father, who could have made it with his father.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. And Orlando Arcia is going to make his appearance, and it's not where you think it is. Orlando Arcia is going to come in and pitch. He relieves Jackson Stevens, and the first pitch is like an eephus pitch, comes across the plate 49 miles an hour, taken for a ball by Sands. Donnie Sands has replaced Bryce Harper, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch is a fastball down below the knees, if you want to call it that, 83 miles an hour, and it's 2-0. The 2-0. Another eephus pitch misses way out of the zone. It's 3-0. Ironically, he's a little closer to the zone than Matzik was. Orlando Arcia. The 2-0 pitch misses down below, 3-0. And the 3-0 in the dirt. Ball 4. Braves waving the white flag, finishing up those birthdays. John Harbaugh's 60th birthday. Jason Alexander, the man that played George Costanza, he turns 63 today. And Bruce Springsteen, the boss, turns 73. And that is your birthdays. The first pitch swung on and popped up. Arcia comes over, try to make the play in foul territory, and he gaffes that play. The ball falls to the turf. Olson kind of looking at him like, why didn't you just let me make the catch? We'll do it again. Arcia kind of laughing it off or whatever. And I'm sure Olson and then that have had to be out there this whole time. They want to get this game over with. Arcia called off Olson. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high, not very deep into center field. Heredia is underneath it. He'll make the catch. And there's one away. By the way, the Syracuse-Virginia game's actually gotten good. Virginia is about to score possibly. They're down 19-13. Virginia's got the ball. And checking in, the Mets are already all over the A's. It's 3-0 in the second. First pitch is swung on by Bohm. He pops it up to third base. Riley's got it, and there's 2 away. So hoping that Cole Irvin would go out there and pitch a good game. That is not going to be the case. See what happened in that game so far. Looks like Nemo drove in too. First pitch on the way from Arcia, swing and a miss by Guthrie, who's laughing at that Ephus pitch, and it's 0-1. The 0-1. Another Ephus pitch swung on and popped up. Will that stay in play? Olson chasing and slams into the dugout. Think he's okay. And you would hate to get one of your players hurt in a blowout like this in such a goofy play. I'm a little surprised. Well, maybe it is padded. At first look, I thought the Philly dugout area, I thought it wasn't padded, but it's just the padding looks like green steel. The 0-2 pitch is swung on, popped up to center field. Heredia's got it. He'll make the catch. We'll head to the 9th inning, just needing a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to tie it up.
I feel so bad about lying to Sheldon. How am I going to make it up to him?
I tell you what I do with Howard, but I don't think dressing up like a Catholic schoolgirl is going to work with Sheldon.
We probably give you homework.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Though Ty Cobb and the Washington Senators star pitcher Walter Johnson were the decade's greatest players, a host of other stars vied for an adoring public's attention. Tris Speaker was Harry Hooper's teammate, the Boston Red Sox regal center fielder. A former rodeo cowboy whose fans called him the Gray Eagle, he transformed outfield play. He played so shallow that he often recorded unassisted double plays at second base. He threw out a record 35 American League base runners in a single season twice. During a slump in 1910, he was asked by his manager to give up his cherished 3rd spot in the batting order. Like hell I will, he said, and ended the season the Red Sox best hitter.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 9-1, top of the 9th inning. Kyle Wright and Bailey Falter are your pitchers tomorrow. Braves did a pretty good job against Falter last time out, so you got to like our chances tomorrow. And then Charlie Morton takes the mound on Sunday. So as bad as it feels right now, I still think we have a pretty good chance to split this series. If we can split this series and play good baseball against Washington, we'll have a chance to win that NL East anyways. First pitch on the way to Contreras is a strike. They put Brogdon into the game. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way right there, taking it all the way. It's 0-2. Contreras 0-2 on the night. We'll say this, they talk about a lot of unwritten rules in baseball. When it's 9-1 in cold weather, you're not supposed to be working the count. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's still 0-2. I mean, I guarantee that he's going to get, what do they call it? The kangaroo court. Contreras is going to get fined for taking pitches. They're going to say, man, you got to swing. If we put a bunch together, okay, then, you make it interesting, then work the count. The 0-2 from Brogdon. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's one away. Virginia, I believe, has taken the lead against Syracuse. It's 20-19. So we hope Oakland can rally. If not, we're going to be 2 games behind the Mets and the Stings. Remember, we're going to pick up a game on Monday when the Mets do not play, when we play Washington. So let's say if we win that game, you'd be 2 games behind in the standings. If the Braves can find a way to split this series the next 2 days, and somehow, and I don't have a lot of faith in the A's, the A's win a game out west. The first pitch is swung on and missed by Rosario. It's 0-1. I mean, we could go into that final series against the Mets within a game or 2 of them. The 0-1 pitch swung on and bounced off the plate, foul. It's 0-2. But if you go into that final series anything but 1 game or tied, you're looking at probably having to sweep the series, because they're going to have the home field advantage. They're going to be going back home to play Washington. The 0-2 pitch is fouled off, just dropped by the catcher, couldn't hold on. Stubbs is now behind the plate. We'll do it again at 0-2. We're going to have to go to Miami, a much better pitching staff who's going to feel like they're playing for something. I know Washington will feel like they're playing something. They're going to be on the road. It's a terrible team. End of the season. They'll probably be putting AA players in there. The 0-2 pitch is grounded over to second. 4-3 put out makes it 2 away, and there's 1 out left in this game. For all intents and purposes, if you want to win that division, I don't know if you have to go 5-0 these next 5 games, but you definitely have to go 4-1. I don't think you can go 3-2, 2-3, and expect the Mets to just absolutely fall apart against the A's and at home against Miami, who they've played very well. The Braves always seem to play close games. They tend to blow the doors off of them. First pitch is at the knees for a strike to Grissom. It's 0-1. Washington does tend to play the Mets fairly well, but they are just a shell of what their lineup has been. The 0-1 pitch fouled off. It's 0-2. Now, the good thing is the Mets are setting up their rotation too. They are not going to have their top line guys pitching against the Marlins on Tuesday and Wednesday. So they may drop a game there. You got to figure it's probably going to be something like a Taijuan Walker and maybe a David Peterson Tuesday, Wednesday. The 0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the game. Well, the Braves drop a very disappointing game, a long game. Appreciate y'all spending your Friday nights with us. We will be back at it Tuesday night. If you're a football fan, come catch the show tomorrow morning. We have a lot of fun talking college football and the NFL. And we don't do all those boring, long clips like ESPN does where they talk about people walking up 6 miles in the snow back and forth. Like I swear that's what game day has turned into. All right. Have a great night. Braves lose a tough one, 9-1. They'll be back at it tomorrow. Hopefully they can split the series. Braves fans. The Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. The former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all. and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. When the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing and a smile lit Casey's face. When responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Though somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
Goodbye, sweetheart. It's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.